Shaggy Philalitheia, and I'm hanging out for another hour or so in this Taco Bell. Still kind of packing up my stuff. Taking my time. I don't have anywhere to be. And it's cold outside. It's very cold outside.
Well, we know she ain't got a bunch of money. She ain't.
And I know I'm going to say something.
I'm just saying, we know she ain't got money back.
I don't think you're compulsive. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. What do you ask, bro?
Yeah.
You know, if we got both right here, that's what we're looking for.
Weird. Whole situation's weird. I know that much. He knew her after such a kid Trump. And he knew she was there.
And then they kept going to the wall. They were like, "Bro, get the fuck out of here."
I could see it with my own goddamn eyes. Trying to look out crazy.
Oh, and then that night that they all came in on the funny and everything.
I didn't know.
She said, yeah, I thought this guy was wrong.
Straight me too?
Clean that, yeah.
They walked
How
out
they
the door.
ran, no, they just came in to, I don't know, fuck around like that, so yeah. But,
They couldn't have got here. What time? About 3 o'clock or something?
I'm not trying to watch it,
What?
Austin said, because he asked me how to say it. He's like, can I ask you a question? He said, she was the first one. I was like, I don't know. And I kind of feel like,
Heather's okay. Like you. That's why Heather. You're not. That's good.
but he said that it was.
And there could have been some outside pressure for she does too. For him to tell you.
Hanging out in the Taco Bell, Tricky. Got about an hour before I gotta get out of here, so I'm just hanging out. I just turned off the Sunday night game at halftime, or at overtime.
Period. And he said that 100 times in here that night. Period. Well, you're not shut this bitch down. You don't bitch about that.
Oh, yeah.
The outcome of the game doesn't matter to me. The Bengals won, the Ravens lost, the Browns lost, and the Steelers lost. So those are the only things that really matter to me.
I should never go against that too. I should never trick to it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, hey, what's up? You want to mess with me? You better really slick shit. I'm married, and you don't need to mess with me. This, that, and that. First of all,
What the fuck?
Peach, who did that?
I cleaned it. I walked it down with the water and everything.
I didn't go to university, no. I dropped out.
This ain't built a
And
fucking
it's
base.
so weird how they will talk like when they're talking.
And I wasn't a good student in high school, no. Couldn't afford it. I had to have a job.
You know he's a hoe. He's still one of us.
You both are. Like, I mean,
Never
they're.
been niggas out here loving the fuck hoe. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. It looks as exempt of you generally. If it looks good and it's younger, you can promise me somebody been there before you. A captain in here guaranteed. Somebody forward that motherfucker once or twice, okay?
Dude, I'm gonna have to read fucking things.
Something like this, Tricky. If it weren't my desired profession, I wouldn't be doing it. Do you do things that you don't desire to do? Is that something people do? You take jobs you don't want to do, accept money for things you don't want to be doing? Why? Why do you do things you don't want to do? What does it serve you? And how are you good at it? That doesn't make sense to me. But are you good at it? Almost certainly you're not good at it. Almost certainly by any metric you're bad at it.
There's a reason they're separating you from him. That was hurtful. It's not, don't take back. Your brother and him was just from Iraq. Now, that was an excuse.
Well, he said, he's like, we told her earlier, he said,
Either he was scared of him or he wasn't worried about him. From what I
Well,
gathered, he wasn't worried about him.
do you respect yourself, Tricky?
but he's like, you work Tuesday, and I was like, no, he's like, I'm gonna see me.
Do you like to pay for the services of people who are bad at their work and don't like doing it?
If you didn't want your girlfriend to
Well, sure, but that doesn't really answer the question of whether you like to pay for the services of people who don't like what they're doing and aren't good at it.
cause no drama in his life. And if you catch him lying in this type of way from now to this point forward, after y'all have your conversation, you know what I'm
It's like you might be significantly younger than I am, and we're different people. But well, sure.
If y'all have a conversation and he's still trying to play you like a fool, don't fuck him.
I don't do things I don't want to do.
Can't let a motherfucker keep doing that until they get you away. Push the chest out. Man up.
It's an unhealthy way to live, doing things you don't want to do.
And there's no harm, no nothing, you're not gonna cause a drama in place. But it's for him to say he wants more than that and still trying to manipulate you.
Well, sure, but
Or be my friend, simple as that. Don't, you're not, I'm not yours, quit saying that shit. If you don't want me, quit saying that shit. Don't say it wrong with you, nigga.
there's nothing you want to do. There's nothing you want to accomplish.
The other day, you didn't deserve to have your mind wasted all that time.
Historically, you were dead 5 years
You're a
ago.
grown ass man. Get her down the pot. You don't want this.
So how does HVAC get you toward invention?
You are. He should be acting more.
What's your end game with the HVAC? How does that get you toward that? If you don't like it, how are you going to like invention?
There's shit complicated. Tell me. We can work through it, whatever. But saying don't keep me in the dark like I'm a dummy.
And what do you want to invent? And how do you think that's going to work? How do you think inventions work?
It's just a process. It's dark. You understand? Why
mean, sure, you have responsibilities to your family, but that doesn't describe a step-by-step plan. So am I. That doesn't describe a step-by-step plan. When you joined the military to be a sniper, they didn't just hand you a gun and say, all right, have at it. The people in the blue shirts are the targets. That's not how that went. It was a step-by-step plan. Everything fed into everything else that you did. There was no wasted time spent. So how is HVAC a step toward invention? You don't like HVAC, so you're not trying to innovate within the field of HVAC. Hello, Casey. No, I'm not doing well, but thank you for asking. Well, I guess thank you for your well wish.
Don't be selfish, you know what I mean? Because you want to get what you want and still.
See,
That's not cool. Because actually, it's more damaging to somebody your age. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing like getting your heart rate back.
this is where we're just different. My driving force.
Spent 9 years with my first baby mom. She left me high and dry.
I have a plan.
A lot of me got married. Let me tell you that.
A better filtration system? Okay. Then if you don't like it, why do you want to innovate in it? Not well, driving force, but thank you for asking. The benefits of the earth warming is that more of the earth is going to be arable. I guess. Thank you, Dino. Hello, P1. I'm not sure who's arguing what. Happened to what? I guess that's a P1. Yes, it's almost time that I leave. What happened with what, to what, when? There's always a next move.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob, I distinctly remember you saying, hey, Bob, you need me, you just call, right? You know what you said? Good thing I was a little dark. All you know is you're sitting there around clock. Got the drug. They sent all our crew home about 4 hours ago.
We've been actually getting hit.
Have one side done, damn near, we drive it all out of here. I remember as long as it. Yeah, that's good.
And there's nobody.
Oh,
Hey, there's
Fifi.
somebody around us, we can go over there. I sure the hell ain't going
Bye,
there.
W.
My last we were off there tomorrow morning.
Still doesn't look good.
Oh, I mean, I was.
Bro, I'm really bored of this shit, bro. This shit is burned.
I probably was an hour away too.
Told you.
I told her I was gonna have to call your little son quick to put his cape on and come in here.
It was just,
Well, yeah, if you're working on proprietary air filters, yeah, anything you do belongs to the anything that you do to the proprietary air filtration system belongs to the corporation first, for sure, because it's a proprietary system. Sure. It sounds like you think you're gonna hit a get rich quick scheme.
Dead ass.
That's what I was thinking, but I don't think it's big enough.
She literally sent 3 people home before we even started our day. Crazy.
I'm honestly gonna leave that for tomorrow. I
Huh.
don't know what it is.
Well, this beer out, we'll see you when you're here tomorrow, Bob.
And the reporter says that other than this fucking girl, I cleaned it and turned it on instead of turning it off. And it barked like a water.
Huh?
No, I didn't.
Okay, Tricky.
You see it quick, we waited till,
The girl came out.
you waited till the end of the night, sat back for an hour. What did you say? You did it all.
I got a whole bunch of dishes.
Yeah. I'm gonna just throw them all in the trash can and take them out to the dumpster.
We were split, and then after I said Jameson, we got my cake.
It's just the two of them here.
And the fucking Allie's was last set of orders the whole night. Handing out the wrong orders out of that folder. I was dealing with myself, I couldn't deal with myself. I'm so bad about that.
A woman, Tricky. It's cold, and the woman I've chosen to love doesn't trust my time management. So I have to record all of my time that she's not spending talking to me. So I feel like I'm on a baby monitor. It is, right now, Mama. My relationship with God is fine, Sir Sippy.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, how fucked are we? 10. A 10.
Yeah. That's where I'm at. She's hyperanalyzing even my facial expressions. No, I don't deserve it. I've done nothing wrong. But she'll either quit or she'll quit my life. One way or the other. That's just what women are like. She'll escalate her bad behavior until she's sleeping around with other dudes. And that's just what they do. Yeah, it was a real long search, Brian. And so I waited out because it'll either get better or it won't. And one way or the other, it'll be over. When you got a woman who doesn't know that you aren't the enemy, He wants to make every fight in her life yours to defend, and every single thing you've ever done, and even things you aren't doing about no, nobody loves me for me, Mama. Don't lie to me. Um, no one out there loves me for me. Um, she loved a fantasy version of me, and now she's decided to withhold that. It's whatever. It is what it is. He asked me why I don't look like I'm enjoying myself, because I just don't get to enjoy myself. If I look like I'm enjoying myself, then she's going to tell me in the comments and in my text messages tomorrow that I enjoyed myself and that was the wrong thing to do. So I am taking a Wu Wei uh, Taoist approach, and I'm doing as little as possible. I can't, Mama. I can't. You can't leave abusive relationships. You have to wait until they either die or leave you. You can only bunker up and wait out an abusive relationship. Well, Mama, this is the thing that she doesn't understand is she has an opportunity to realize that I have so much to offer her if she stopped viewing me as the enemy. I have so much to offer her, so much good that I could do in her life specifically if she would just stop viewing me as the enemy. But so long as she views me as the enemy, there's nothing I can do. I don't want to flirt with some chick tricky. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm moderately attractive. Oh, it's incredibly draining. 8 hours of my day just shat down the fucking toilet. I can't leave the area, Alex, and she believes that I'm only keeping her in my life now because she's a source of income. So if I were to leave her now, I would be proving her right. So I just have to wait. She's accused me of every possible wrongdoing, and so I can't do anything or I prove them all right. She's accused me of wrongdoings I don't have the capability of doing, and it's codependency. And so she's either going to get over it, she's going to grow up quickly, and she's going to grow up, frankly, or I'm stuck like this until she. I don't want help financially. I'm not trying to get out. Um, she can stop, as I've been asking her to do for 6 weeks, or she'll eventually just stop. I don't have anything in my pockets, Jacob. I'm homeless. She knows that. And I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm answering the question of why I don't look like I'm having a good time. I know you. I've already told her that the codependency is unacceptable to me. She's gonna escalate and throw a temper tantrum. Escalate and escalate and escalate. And what you have to do when you're with a woman and you choose her is you have to just wait out the temper tantrum. Every single woman I've ever been with has done this exact pattern, Mama. She's just done it years faster than the others. No, I can't laugh. If I laugh or if I record the things that I used to record because as love letters to her, she won't watch them. She'll refuse to watch them, or she'll nitpick them to show all of the different ways that I don't love her. So I have to sit on my hands and wait. Yes, stare the devil in the eye. I'm not afraid. No, God prepared me. I knew. knew the moment I woke up um, on Thanksgiving. Not really, Marco. That's what I'm doing, Buick. You have to just ignore it. Because I know that, Tricky. So the thing is, she thinks she loves me too. And so she'll either learn that her love is not love, and she'll adapt and she'll do as she says, or she won't. I am not trapped, and I have many options, Alex. I've chosen her, and she can either live up to that or she cannot live up to that. That's her choice. I also wish it gets better. And go live and talk to the world about it, Cosmo. I'm not asking for donations. Somebody asked me if I needed money, and I said I would really prefer they didn't. This is just what any woman is going to do. All of them. So you just write it out. I've watched and listened to every single one of the girls in all of the places that I hang out do it to all of their boyfriends. I can't fix them. My problems are fixed, Buick. That's the thing you don't understand, is I stand as a testament to the fact that we can fix our problems, and I choose women who pretend they don't have problems because I choose them. I know you were sincere, and I would prefer not. Take care, Marco. I'm not trying to make money. I'm just trying to document the time. It doesn't need to make sense to you, Buick. It's not your life. She used to. Yeah, Mama, she used to watch all my stuff. I used to go live at night like this. I used to be able to go live at night like this. And I used to be able to leave her Easter eggs that I was thinking about her, and that it mattered to me that she was a part of my life. And then she criticized me for doing it, so I quit. And then she told me that she wished I still did it. So I went back to it, and then she didn't stop the thing she did. So I have no choice but to continue. If I stop, if I don't love her. It is crazy. It's completely irrational. No, I'm not live right now, Jonathan. But it's not your life or your problem. Again, I'm not looking for sympathy or solutions. I'm in complete control of the situation. It's just about waiting it out. Well, if you know where I don't have the situation under control, I mean, you could have my back and tell me, Buick, but you can't. Waiting it out has worked just fine. Sure, Mama, but that's a long, long time down the road. Right now, my focus is surviving the winter. That's right, Cosmo. I can only control myself and my reactions. I can only control what I can do. And I have me completely in control. Well, Barry, because I've chosen to make myself a demagogue. What that means is an educator of young people in public. And young people can mean immature adults as well. according to the Greek, goggery actually means, pedagogue is what I meant to say. Demagogue means speak to the demos. I'm not trying to speak to the demos. I'm trying to speak to the peda, which is young and immature people. I'm not going to do that. Tricky. And this is a teaching moment. She has become that mama, but she didn't used to be. Her stress response is to dig at herself until she bleeds. And so she's doing it to me. She has no idea. She's completely self-blind. No, I don't have a degree. SSDD, Cindy. We've been talking about it for 30 minutes. God is helping me, Barry. God prepared me. I don't remember whether it was Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, but I woke up and the first thing I saw, I came out of my tent and I took an artistic photo for her because she used to like that stuff. She ignored it. And then I noticed that there was a packet of Diablo hot sauce right under, and then I wouldn't have noticed it if I hadn't tried to take that picture for her. And so I read that as oracle that the devil is speaking through her right now. She's not in a place where she can hear me talk about my experience, Mama. She can only hear herself. She's not talking to me about me. She's talking to me about ex-boyfriends. She just doesn't know how. And yeah, me talking about what I'm going through it's an opportunity for you to have a learning experience. I'm not going back to school. I don't want doors open for me. If I wanted doors open for me, I would be doing things to get other people to open doors for me. But I don't know if you noticed, but these work just fine. Thank you. Yes, I am going through it. Absolutely. But it's nothing I haven't dealt with in my life before. I've been married and divorced. The pattern goes, they start this, they pick a fight about everything, they mirror my behavior incorrectly, and then they cheat. So she'll just start to flirt with other dudes where I can see it. Well, she will physically attempt to hurt me if I go live with her, Mama. If she hasn't learned the skill sets necessary to cohabitate with me, she will try to kill me. Yeah. The last woman I lived with threatened me with guns and punched me in the face multiple times. She will try to hurt me physically. And so we wait it out. It doesn't need to be heartbreaking. She'll either adjust or she'll leave. I don't want her to leave, but there's only two ways this plays out. Because she does the thing where she does the claw, 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 and then I acknowledge all of the fault that she wants me to acknowledge, and then she stops and she thinks about it for a second. Usually what she does is, all right, I'm going to take a nap, because she's yelled and scratched herself exhausted. So she goes and lays down, and in a brief moment of clarity, she realizes, oh, he's probably just accepting all of that because I did something earlier that he's upset about, and then she'll ask me, and I'm not telling her. She's not ready for that conversation. Just let her scratch herself exhausted. Because eventually she'll notice that I'm not taking advantage of her while she's exhausted, that I'm not fighting her, kicking her, beating her up, sleeping around on her. Eventually she'll figure it out, or she won't, and it just works that way. Only thing you can do. But I've been of this opinion since before I met her. So it's entirely possible that she, yes, she has an attention disorder. No, it is my fault. I chose her. knowing this would happen, fully knowing this exact pattern would play out before the winter was over. Um, she just doesn't know how to move on. She lives in a past. She just doesn't know how to move on. So she'll either move on, she'll accept me as who I am, and she'll join me on my path, or she won't. And I will be heartbroken. But she isn't the first. And that's something that a lot of human beings, a lot of women just can't. I don't want your spare room. I don't need charity. Tricky. I'm only talking about this because you asked, and because it's a teaching moment for anybody in here that is in and out of control abusive relationship. Yes, Barry. She used to tell me that she was most attracted to my mind, and now she's only telling me that she's attracted to my body. She doesn't like my mind very much because it challenges her to be a better kind of person, and it's easier to be a less good kind of person. Well, yeah, but what Tricky doesn't understand is that if I come and live in his spare bedroom, I'm walking right into another abusive, power imbalance relationship. I don't know him. He doesn't know me. I don't know his conflict resolution. He doesn't know my conflict resolution. And I will be subordinate to him in the relationship. So I'm just walking right into another abusive relationship. Yes, she's infatuated and mistaken that for love. Yes. She wants to be the boyfriend of a YouTuber. Or I'm sorry, she wants to be the girlfriend of a YouTuber. And she's identified me as unique and special, and she wants to be a part of the journey. And she doesn't like seeing that her behavior when I'm off camera negatively impacts when I am on camera, because it takes away my ability to light up my face when I see her in the chat, for example. And then she negatively critiques me, oh, you don't love me because you don't have the same face. And it's like, well, I'm not willing to be vulnerable with you. That's different than not loving you. Holding you right here is different than not loving you. I still love my parents, but I wouldn't embrace either of them. I know that, Barry. I know that, Barry. But she's already made it clear to me that she's only interested in me for my body and for my income. It's all good, Jess. I chose this. People keep asking me how I'm doing, Cats, and I'm answering them honestly because I'm a speaker of truth. If anything I talk about is going to be accused of being about her in a negative way, and I try not to talk about people, specific people, in a negative way without bringing up their names. Thank you, so they can defend themselves in the remakes. Then I'll just talk about her. I don't think anything is impossible, Barry, and I keep saying that I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's asymptotic to zero that she's going to get her act together. I think it's entirely possible that she could get her act together. She had her act together for a few weeks. She still went to bed at the self-healthy time that she's supposed to, that I've been encouraging her to do. So it's not like even in her temper tantrum, she's not still using the good behavioral models that I've helped her adopt. Take care of yourself. Hey, I look forward to seeing you too, Sports. I was going to say, I was more excited. I watched your Seahawks. What was that, 25 nothing or whatever? I watched that. That was an awesome game. Just totally blanked the Vikings. Hello, you. She has a lot of misplaced anger issues that don't have anything whatsoever to do with me. So the reason that I said earlier that the reason I won't move in with any of you any of you. I won't move in with any of you, but specifically it's tricky in this context. The reason I won't move in with any of you is because I don't know your conflict resolution. And so one of the things that she thinks is a proof that I don't love her is that I haven't asked, and she's dangled certain informations like her favorite movie, her favorite color, her favorite foods, these things about her childhood. She's dangled them out here as bait behind a trap. And when I said, no, I don't know what those things are, and she didn't immediately tell me, it's a trap. There's a trap door there, and she's only trying to beat me up, to put me in a vulnerable position so she can beat me up for not already knowing it. Because she has very, very, very serious institutional educational trauma. And so she's just taking it out on me. And that's fine. It's fine because she'll either grow out of it and stop, or she'll never stop. And the only thing that I'm doing in her life is presenting her with an opportunity for growth and a safe and consistent place to make mistakes. And so yeah, she's making nothing but mistakes. And she's been saying things like, I don't understand. It feels like everything I'm doing and everything I'm saying is wrong. And it's like, well, yeah, because you're not adjusting according to my responses. But I've said these things to her. She's taking it out on me, but she started doing this because I told her that only an abusive spouse would take out their feelings on their partner. And so she started doing it because she thinks that everything that I say, when I say these things, when I make a line in the sand, she thinks that crossing it to the side that is objectionable is what girlfriends are supposed to do, because girlfriends are supposed to live in the negative space that proves the rule or disproves the rule, as the case is. They're supposed to be exceptional women, which means that in their minds, they're the exception to the rule. So they do things that you find objectionable because you're supposed to go, ha ha ha, you're playing with a turd and drawing on the wall right now, but you're so cute. And it's not fucking cute. Yes, violating the line drawn. Oftentimes because another man has violated them on repeat, and it's our fault for some reason. I'm not complaining, I'm describing it because someone asked me how I am. I keep saying, again, that it's fine. You just ignore it. You don't hold it against her. You don't expect her to apologize for it. You just instantly forgive her. This is what men used to do in the ancient and pre-modern worlds. Now, greater than 50% of them would just punch her in the face after a few years of it, and then it would end forever. But that's just never going to happen. Yes, someone hurt her. She's currently still in the process of getting her most recent ex out of her life. She wasn't prepared to have a boyfriend when she went looking for one. She went looking for a boyfriend to replace the one she still had. And so she doesn't understand that she's cheating with me on her previous boyfriend. And so she'll never understand that when she starts talking to other men who aren't me and opening her idea to, well, maybe they're better, that's cheating. She'll never understand that. You can't communicate these things to a woman who is of the opinion that she loves you. So what I'm doing is I'm talking to you about my experience because A, she'll hear it, and B, it is a document for the future. Because the people who are in domestic abuse relationships, they're usually, when they're talking about it in public, they're also in the middle of litigation. And they're also trying to spin a survivor narrative where they survived a life-threatening situation. She's not threatening my life. It just is what it is. I'm just not allowed to smile. But this is any woman.
Over there.
Every woman.
I don't know that it's something to lose.
Women get paid to smile. I don't think phones suck. I'm broadcasting this from my phone. I'm deeply grateful for my phone. I know, Barry. I know. I'm not defaming her. I'm telling you right now that I can absorb any amount of pain. She can't hurt me badly enough to damage me any more than she already has, and that I love her. So you just absorb it until she's done. Eventually, she'll either decide that I'm not a good enough punching bag, and she'll move on to somebody who's tougher and will take it, or she won't, and she'll stop. My ex-wife used to suck dick in parking lots just because dudes bought her a beer. Like, women will go to any length to get the attention they need, or that they think they need. So I'm not worried about it. I'm just not going to be sleeping very well. Well, you know, the not all women thing is just not true. Not all men are sex pests, but 100% of women are emotionally immature. Because 100% of girls think that they're emotionally mature. And so Dunning-Kruger means that what you think you are is probably what you're not. Well, I keep telling her that I chose her and that I haven't just ghosted her should be enough for her to stop this behavior and stop the accusations that she's not hearing that. So someday she'll hear it. Someday she'll hear it. She thinks that I have a trust deficiency, but she doesn't trust me. She thinks I'm looking at other women. She thinks I'm sending pictures of my dick to women here in town. All I can do is pray she comes to her senses, Barry. Because I like her. And I'm fucking sick of this roulette wheel, frankly. After her, I could just pick at random and have the same success rate. Just start picking for looks after that. This is why ladies, this is why dudes pick for looks. Why you go, wow, he's so smart and successful, like Anthony Cletus, right? Or what's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio. You're like, why do these guys date such much younger women who are so pretty but so dumb? They don't have any life experience, no education, no job skills, no talent. Why do they like them? Because they're pretty. They pick them because they're pretty. Those women are brave enough to talk back and to talk while the man is got his mouth full. Bravery is right. I picked her because of bravery, and then she's pulling this coward shit that's just not sexy. Sure. Everybody who's ever loved a woman has gone through this, man or woman. It's what they all do. Look, I grew up when every single woman had a fucking eating disorder. When I was in high school, every single female had an eating disorder. So they're all like this. The only way they grow out of it is with a husband. So she'll either grow out of it or she won't. And the only way that I can help her is to be a husband, to be a man. I want to be very clear. I'm not being negative. I'm being cynical. And yes, women's cultural self-talk, women's circles are extremely negative. I don't know what that means, Gizmo. No, that's interesting that you bring up Riders of the Purple Sage. That Zane Grey is what this town that I live in is named after, Zanesville, and my girlfriend, my most recent ex-girlfriend, was the world's biggest living Zane Grey fan. So, no thank you. Writers of the Purple Prose is a no thank you. I'm not very well, H-Max, but I'm able to articulate what I'm going through in a cogent way, which indicates that I'm not out of control. I'm most certainly in control of my emotions. Yeah, she's got this idea, Barry, that she's throwing herself in the pits of hell for me and has no idea that she's surfing on my back. Women and men are very different, Tina. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that this is bad. It's abusive. But power dynamics are always, power imbalances are always abusive. And they're usually internally abusive. And they're usually mutually abusive, is what I meant to say. Not internally abusive, mutually abusive. The cycle feeds itself. So what I just do is I don't feed it back. I don't fight back. And eventually she'll exhaust herself. I have, Jazz. My girlfriend is insecure and codependent. And so we're working through it. Well, I'm working through it. And she's still exhausting herself. When she's done realizing that she can't actually beat me up, she'll either decide that she's afraid of me, which is what my most recent ex did. I'm afraid of him, he's gonna hurt me. Or she'll grow up. She'll stop this dumb shit and it'll never happen again. Yes, I have a lot of patience, Barry. She keeps telling me that I'm not patient with her. So I'm being patient right now. I did it for hours earlier today, and then she texted me that every time she said something in the chat, I rolled my eyes, and it's like, no, I didn't. I might have closed my eyes to take the time to not say something stupid. Current wife is saying she's afraid of you. Yeah, that is abuse. When they start pulling the "I'm afraid of you" gaslight, that's when it's time to be like, all right, enough is enough. This stops or I'm done, regardless of how we are entangled. No, she's not. Here's the thing, team. She's not like an Amber Heard. She just doesn't know that the only cultural examples that she have are Amber's Heard. So, that sucks, Tricky. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yes. If I'm going to be a public figure of my life and reporting my life, especially my time in homelessness, it also includes how difficult it is to date from this position, how difficult it is to be in love as an artist. There's a reason that so many musicians and artists write tragedies. And it's not because the women in their lives are good to them. Yeah, it's okay because it has to be. God is great. I've never been of the opinion that God has ever put me through anything that I couldn't handle and that I couldn't come out the other end of stronger, and that includes my seriously herniated pelvis. But she also doesn't understand, and I'm sure that you, not knowing me very well, also don't understand that the self-talk that you might hear me doing while I'm editing, or that you'll hear if you check out the Shaggy Phil Schedule 1 series, that self-talk is how I talk to myself. And if you listen to Dari Galzu, that's how I lead a group of adults. When people say to me, trust, when they talk to me about trust, to me, trust is about gambling. Trust is about probabilities. Because trust, word, actually means something like what you do with bridges. You trust a bridge not to collapse under your weight. Not necessarily because you know anything about bridges and the construction of bridges, but because you know that bridges, are made to not collapse, for example. And you know that over long use, that particular bridge hasn't collapsed. But the thing with being an engineer, for example, a bridge builder, trust ed and trust are very similar words. But anyway, trust. Trust is gambling with your life in the context of a bridge. Because if that bridge doesn't hold, if that bridge isn't trustworthy, if you ultimately could not trust that bridge, you just gambled with your safety, right? So for anybody that's familiar with the Mothman story, that's really kind of a story about not being able to trust the Ohio, Kentucky governments because of the collapse of the Silver Bridge. And so that bridge collapsed and a bunch of people died, and then there's this myth about a monster that prophesied it. It's these things, the stories that we tell, the narratives that we tell, are about how well we trust. And so if you're talking to your girlfriend or you're talking to your friends, Ohio is not a great place to play sports, sure. If you're talking to your friends or you're talking to your coworkers, and what you find is that you can only you can only trust people. I'm a big fan of John Keel, Clyde. I read the first half of the Mothman Prophecies for the channel last year. If the people that you're talking to, you can only trust to report about you things that are untrue, you cannot trust those people with sensitive information about your life. You just can't, because they will misuse it. Like people that you can't trust secrets with. And so she thinks I can't trust her. But every time I speak about her, and especially if I'm speaking and I'm not thinking about her, I'm trusting her to interpret me in the best possible way. But when you come to a place in a relationship where you can only trust someone to interpret the things you say in the worst kind of way, you have the kind of communication breakdown that ends in murder-suicides. And I'm just not there. And I won't be. I have more self-control than that. And so the only thing I can do is wait. The only thing I can do is wait. And I can monitor my thoughts for poison. If my thoughts about her are negative, I don't think them. I think and I speak only the positive thoughts. Never create art because it will always be misunderstood. Absolutely, Hank. And this is where I thank you guys for taking the opportunity, even those of you who have bounced already, for taking the opportunity to try to understand that I'm not in danger. I'm not defaming her. I'm not asking for help. I'm just taking the opportunity to describe the difference in a loving relationship that has an abusive dynamic that can be learned through the kind of relationships that people talk about where they're like, oh, you can fix him or you can fix her. I am a genuine person. Philalitheia means lover of truth. The point is to stand up here and be my genuine, authentic, and truth-speaking self. Yes, roads are never one way, and I am asking something deeper and more meaningful from her, a deeper and more meaningful connection than trivia. Absolutely. And if she's not prepared for it, then she's not prepared for it. And that's sad, and I will be sad. That's the thing that people aren't hearing me say. That maybe if she listened to all of this, she wouldn't understand. Is I would be sad. Am I? Am I? I think so. It comes from me. Well, we select. She could be watching this right now, yes. She's supposed to be asleep, and she knows that I would actually get upset with her. I would be more annoyed with her. I would be more annoyed with her and more likely to actually castigate her if she were awake right now, approaching 1 a.m., than if she were to completely misinterpret this and turn it into a fight tomorrow afternoon. Because she works at 4 a.m. And her job is important. Her job is important to her. It's important to her mental health. It's important to her stability. And it's important to maintain a regular and stable circadian rhythm, sleep cycle. No, what I notice is that the people who write songs tend to write songs about how they weren't prepared for a love like mine and they fumbled it. I'm having this conversation with strangers online because I never know who's going through what and who has what to learn. I don't think there's anything at the singularity of the black hole. The most Christian thing about me, compassion, the golden rule, it is delicate and it is extremely important to me. It's extremely delicate because we're in the fourth. She doesn't know this, but our relationship is in the fourth quarter because of her behavior, and her choices decide whether we win or lose this game. And she doesn't understand that we are a team and that we win or lose this game together. My opinion on Israel is that they are a medieval theocratic monarchy and should not be allowed to exist as a modern state. No, I wouldn't be upset if she talked about me like this, in this manner, in an online space. Hank, no, I wouldn't be. If she used her channel to talk through her feelings with other people, I would like that a great deal. Because what she needs and what she'll never accept from me, she needs friends who aren't me. She especially needs a girlfriend. But all of the girlfriends in her former life, before she came looking for me, were toxic, evil people. So the only example of how to behave as an adult woman are from her friends. And women her age are still slow to realize that their parents and Saturday morning cartoons were right when they said that your friends do determine your trajectory in life. That our friends can elevate us or our friends can hold us back. And so she's learning at this stage in her life that the people that we choose to love and the depth and the effort to which we choose to go to express our love to them can also hold us back or propel us forward. And so I am taking the opportunity. I find it difficult to maintain friends because I hold myself to such an extremely high level of personal excellence and have my whole life that most of my male friends have also pulled this exact routine that she's doing. So she isn't a bad person. She's deeply afraid that I think she's inadequate to be with me. Because she is. She was not emotionally, cognitively, or psychically prepared to be with somebody as intelligent, as adaptable, and as compassionate, loving, and attractive to other people as I am. So, yes, you gotta love the warts and all. No, you haven't been here long enough to be my friends. Society is brutal. And it's about the I say this all the time. People ask me and I say this all the time. It seems counterintuitive, it seems difficult, and it seems contradictory, but adult life is really about the social networks that you make and maintain. I'm with her because I love her. I mean, it's so simple for me. You guys don't have to understand, but to me it's simple. I love her. If she's not emotionally mature, she's not ready to grow up, then yeah, she's gonna hate every second of this, and I'm gonna really fucking pay for it tomorrow. But she doesn't want a cowardly man. If 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 she wants me, and if she loves who I am, then she wants a man who's gonna stand up and use this as a teaching moment for people out in the world who maybe have never seen my point of view on this. She's in a place where she thinks that accepting that my point of view is my point of view is gaslighting her point of view, because she's in a place where she's asking herself whether my point of view isn't just better. And that's terrifying. Because if I'm abusive, if I am an extremely sophisticated and organized psychopath, which I have all the hallmarks of being, then she is in extremely grave danger inviting me into her life. So she's going through all the steps to make sure that I'm not a narcissistic psychopath who's going to hurt her. She's just doing it in a really stupid and disorganized way, because she's never been in a high enough stakes situation to need to use all of these skill sets. I'm not venting, Tina. I'm educating, teaching. I'm demonstrating discipline, which is interesting because I actually have discipline. If I have anything, I have an idiosyncratic method. And so what that means is I actually have integrity. And integrity is the most dangerous thing to have of all things. It's the most dangerous and isolating thing of all things. Integrity is. Because integrity is the knowing right and wrong that comes from within, that people like Jordan Peterson make whole careers out of saying one cannot have. And see, I am caught at an interesting place. Yeah, you too, guys. Have a good night. So I am caught in an interesting place, because my favorite book since being homeless has been Job. The book that I have returned to the most is the book of Job from the Bible, and return to the most in my thinking too, as I meditate, or as I do these confessions. And if I'm doing anything, I'm confessing, because as a public person, as a public intellect, it's important to frequently confess. Because people like Jordan Peterson, people like me, so both ends of the spectrum, you understand, we're different people, and I revile him very much. But we're tempted to hide and lie about this stuff. It would be very easy It'd be very easy to just come into this space, and because there are people who are used like her to the performance aspect of being around her, the performative things. They're accustomed to that. It's very easy to want to trap a performer, to trap a public intellectual in a lie that their life is perfect, or that their life is worse than it actually is, or that they're hanging out with people of a lower station than they are. Like Mother Teresa. We all know what I'm talking about. We can all think of examples of what I'm talking about. And then there's also a tradition among philosophers to do abhorrent things, so that people talk about us. And so I can absolutely understand why she doesn't trust me. Isn't that how I treat her? Or myself? How do you mean? I don't treat her poorly, no. I am in the middle of a very serious depressive cycle within my borderline. Yeah, this is a performance, yes, within my bipolar type 2. And so one of the things that she'll just never accept is that the body and brain have chemical memories entirely set aside from our neurological memories. And so familial holidays come with very, very high serotonin spikes and very, very low serotonin valleys. And so she can't understand that she's not capable of understanding right now. She'll understand someday if she wants to, that the reason she's going through what she's going through is because those valleys, those serotonin valleys, are very real and very serious emotional hangovers that if you don't know how to deal with, all of your decision-making apparatus are going to be in complete disarray, and everything you do is going to disorder and disable your life. Destabilize your life. Not disable, destabilize your life. I'm absolutely okay with her understanding. Everybody learns in a different rate. Everybody learns in a different rate. And so I bent my genius to understanding this because it would keep me alive. And it did. And then, having understood it, I put it to use in my own life. And then I figured out that what I had actually done was made for myself an idiosyncratic approach to religion. And so here I am. Hey, what up, Eric? See myself through others' eyes frequently. Like when I'm looking at the screen right now, I'm seeing myself through your eyes. I'm constantly watching myself. When I'm making these arguments, I'm frequently arguing with myself from the point of view of the obvious counterpoint. I'm fine, Marco. Yes, I'm warm. And like something that she can't understand is like all the clothes that I'm wearing, all of my warm clothes, she bought all of them. And so she'll say, oh, well, it was your money. I gave the money to you as gifts and you bought all of it. And it's like, yeah, but it's your money. And these are your clothes that you put on my body. And so she doesn't fully understand that this withholding and this withdrawal and all of this emotional whiplash, she's snugged on my body in a way that I am not in hers. So what's actually happening is that she's not thinking about her from my perspective, and she's not thinking about mine. She doesn't narrate my she's not narrating my experience at all. But she's told me that she doesn't sympathize with me. A form of love? Yes. Yeah, I know that somewhere inside her, she's deeply concerned for me, And for whatever reason, she's playing this game of withholding that from me to punish me for something that she doesn't fully understand. Because the only model that she has is her mother's model with her father, and her father strayed. So she doesn't understand that the only model she has for behaviors is a woman who has to beat up her man because he won't stay. I have no problem staying. Why don't I believe it? No, of course I believe that she loves me, and yeah, that's why I fight. That's why I fight through it. That's why I just ignore it. It's been every weekend. It starts up Saturday and it ends midway. Like, her father is not okay. He's aging, and we're praying for him that he lasts for as long as possible. But that's another part of why she lashes out like this. I do understand, and I don't ignore her love. That's what I'm telling you, is that the things that she used to be are literally wrapped on my body. They're the only reason I'm not freezing to death. And so what I'm saying is that she's not narrating me. She's not narrating me. He's not unwell or anything. He's just old. But old people, she's afraid that at any moment he's going to just topple over. But that's because he's an intelligent old man, and he keeps telling her, look, at any moment I could just topple the fuck over. We need you to have your life right. And so she's just going through and making sure that her life isn't right, because that makes sure that I love her and her dad stays alive. Look, it's a neurotic OCD that women do all the time. All the time. And I'm not throwing shade at her. I'm demonstrating that I understand and that I'm able to narrate her perspective. I can narrate her perspective, which means that I have empathy and sympathy for her. And at this stage in our relationship, she's going to just always be upset with me that I can accurately narrate her perspective and she cannot accurately narrate my perspective. She's not going to understand that she's upset with herself every time I say, I told you this is what I was going to be doing with this time, and that's what I'm doing with this time. Why are you asking me what I'm doing with my time? She gets impatient and upset with me for it because she's impatient and upset with herself, but I've made it explicit that I don't want to hear her be negatively critical of herself out loud to me, that I'm not going to join in on that, and that every time she does it, it's lashes across my hand for choosing her. So now, because she knows that, she's just going to be constantly negatively critical of me, because am I going to really disagree? If I love her, no, I'm not going to insist that I'm not an asshole. I'm just going to say, you're right, I'm an asshole. Yes, dear, I'm an asshole. And move on. Because at the end of the day, she's going to wake up on Monday, she's going to get to work, and she's going to realize that nothing that she did and nothing that she said actually mattered or built anything, and she's going to be guilty about it. And then we're just going to move on, because I'm not going to hold her feet over the fire, because it's not important enough to me to torture her over. That's what forgiveness is. So we just forgive. As soon as it happens, we forgive. And if I have to look away from the screen and close my eyes and it looks like I'm rolling my eyes, it's because, forgiveness isn't always the fucking easiest impulse. Sometimes forgiveness is the fucking hardest thing. I don't know, Hank. I know that, traveling lamp. I know that, traveling lamp. I know that. But I am of the opinion that once failed, we try again. That's what I am of the opinion of. So, I will be texting her at 4 a.m. like I do every morning. I will be telling her good morning. And then I will go to bed, and then I will wake up, very likely, to notifications that she has watched this and disapproved. And then I will say, yes, I knew that you would disapprove, What do you want to do about it? Where do you want to go from here? And then she's going to insist that she still loves me and she doesn't actually want to break up with me, even though she's probably going to break up with me a couple of times tomorrow. And I'm not going to be able to get any quality recording done because I'm not going to be able to focus, because the only thing I'm going to be able to do is wait for her response. Because she began this on the most cliche thing possible. I was live and she texted me and I left her unread because it wasn't something that I needed to respond to, instead of just double tapping it with a sticker. So it's all just the most insecure, childish bullshit. None of it matters. None of it's going to add up to anything in our relationship later. So none of it's even worth tallying. None of it's even worth tallying. So she doesn't understand that really memorizing every one of her complaints and actually taking the effort to work on any one of them in a real way is actually a waste of time, because she doesn't remember all of them. She won't remember. So if I improve at any one of the things that she told me she wants me to do for her, if I improve at any one of them, she won't notice. And I won't get positive reinforcement for it. Because that's not what this is about for her right now. And no, it's not a woman, it's a child, it's a girl, it's a 6-year-old. But women are made women by husbands, not by fathers. Women are trained, they're not grown. Horses are husbanded, dogs are husbanded, and adult women are husbanded. All of these things are training. All of them are job training. You're training a woman for the job of managing and being the face of one's household is the job of husband to a human wife. This is why so many men do it. Yes, feminism at its finest, but we're not taking shots at her because we love her. She's just confused. She's confused. She doesn't know who her enemies are. And I'm the only person in her immediate proximity. So I'm the only person who gets beat up. Because I'm also the only person, she doesn't know or understand this. I tried to explain it to her and she rejected it outright. But I'm the only person in her power. So what she's not going to do is torture and abuse her cat. What she's not going to do is refuse to feed her cat. But what she is going to do is not send me $5 or $10 to eat on. Not volunteer it. She's going to make me ask for it. So we just accept the new reality as it has been, damn it, I forgot to get new socks. We accept the new reality as it's been provided for us because she wants to be our provider. And we see if she gets better at the job over time. She doesn't make me question my sanity, but she puts me in a position where the only thing I can do is call hers into question. And so that's not healthy either. The only thing that really matters is that I love her, and until she sleeps with another dude or what's it called? Unsubscribes from my Patreon, basically, I'm of the mindset that this is a team. No, this isn't my self-doubt speaking. I lived last winter in clothes I cobbled together from a homeless shelter. I could live and survive just fine without her. There is more than love and trust that matter in a relationship, Emmy. There is a lot more. And that you're both growing on the same tomato trellis is the most important thing. And so long as she wants to be trellis free, we're not growing together. And so long as we're not going together, we're growing apart. And so, men, if your girlfriends, your wives aren't developing as adult women, you are failing them as a boyfriend. Just know that. I do matter. I do believe. I'm growing. The question remains whether she is. I'm not pointing fingers. I have fully accepted that the responsibility is that I'm being tough in my love with her, and she's reacting like a daughter who was never spanked. No, you're not. You're not. You don't deserve answers. You don't deserve answers. And so, if I were to just block her on everything and shut her out of my life, it would be the standard move. But it's not my move. I don't want to teach her not to come back. What I'm trying to teach her is that she never should have left in the first place. That was the mistake she made. And along the way, I'm trying to help teach other young men and women that the right thing to do is to focus on the relationship. Hey, Jamie. I'm sure you are, B. Ryer. I'm sure you are. Yes, she's afraid of intimacy. Absolutely. Yes. She's terrified of intimacy, but doesn't actually know that about herself. She is entirely self-blind. She's spent her life refusing to look in mirrors, and here we are. Whenever she looks at photographs of herself, she's vocally negative in her commentary, and that turns you into a hurtful person because they don't understand that what they are is afraid to be intimate, afraid to be vulnerable, afraid to be loved, and what they become is snipers. I love her voice. I love her laugh. I love the way that when she pushes herself past her minor insecurities, that she's really fucking smart. I like that she has the work ethic necessary to wake up at 4 a.m. and get where she's going. I loved that she used to be motivated and care about my life, that she used to listen to my schedule, and that I would wake up and she would remind me, these are the things that you want to be doing today. These are the things that I want from you. And she would give me wins that when I did the things that she wanted, um, before they were deadlined, she would always call it out. She'd be like, "Oh, that was before you were supposed to do it. Thank you so much for putting me first in your life." And I used to love that she just noticed every time I put her first in my life. I loved that um I love that she listened to me, and that when I she wouldn't let me be alone when I ate. That she would text me, or she would voice text me, voice message me, or she would make me call her while I ate, so I wasn't alone while I ate. And most of these behaviors dried up on their own. That's an interesting story, the whooping crane. If you asked her about what's going on right now, um, if you asked her here right now, she would probably demur. Yes, Jamie. She needs to just break through the cognitive block that she's less than. I don't actually know what she would say, Brian, because see, sorry, is that an R? It's very small for me, man. Is that B Rye Air? I'm trying to take you seriously. I don't know that I think she would have to really think about it. I think she would say a lot of like used tos about me. Um, I'm doing my best, man. O'Brien is your name? Okay. The I think that second I and the R look like an N to me. Yes, let love in before it's too late. Absolutely, Jamie. And the thing that you guys don't understand is that I chose her. I snatched her. Yeah, you said let love in before it's too late. Well, God did send me an angel, Tricky. She's just acting stupid right now because people do that around religious people. I am a deeply religious person. And so the things she's doing she doesn't understand are temptation to give up my faith. She's scared. Yeah, she's scared. I live in an extremely high standard of excellence for myself. And she thinks that I hold her to the same level of accountability that I hold myself. And I don't, because she's not me. I'm lactose intolerant, Mythic, so I haven't eaten as much cheese as I used to, but I do. Well, Jamie, yeah, sure. We're all scared on to one degree or another. Biologically, I don't engage in fear in the same way as you guys because I have CPTSD. Um, but yeah, she knows that the one thing that I fear is that she's going to leave me. And so she's just using that she's using that because she thinks she has to keep me afraid to keep me home. Sure. I don't think you're seeing me being passionate. I'm mad at him. Well, my attitude toward narcissists is avoidance. I have an avoidant type personality. I don't fear either man or God, Tricky. If God wants to kill me, God's going to kill me. Fuck him. Bring it on. Um, my attitudes toward narcissists is avoidance. Um, because clinically, the only personality disorder that can't be cured, that can't be organized, and made ordered, and so no longer classifying as a disorder, is narcissism. Narcissism is the only narcissistic personality disorder is the only untreatable condition. No, I'm not a Satanist. No, you can't engage with narcissists. And the thing about people who the thing that people who are damaged or traumatized by no you can't no you can't treat narcissistic personality disorder because all disordered thinking treatment requires want to from the user, from the patient, and narcissists are the only people that think they're not broken. Well, narcissistic personality disorder is impossible to deal with. It is impossible, and clinically, it's untreatable. Yeah, Jamie. I think I said last night that the idea is to be poised. The idea is to be poised and to face death with grace and dignity. I'm grateful for your life and family as well, Jamie. I do, TTR. Well, narcissism doesn't exist. Narcissistic personality disorder is a disordered worldview, and clinically, it's untreatable. And narcissism is not a personality trait. Narcissism is a survival mechanism. All of you have narcissistic personality traits. But people diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder are clinically untreatable. Well, narcissism is a survival trait. Self-interest and self-love are a necessary survival trait for the organized psyche. Okay, so Narcissus is a Greek myth. We all know this about the guy who was so in love with himself that staring into a pond or a creek or a river or whatever, he tried to make out with his reflection and drowned. Myths, but specifically Narcissus, is a warning that overoccupation with the self is dangerous. The word you guys are looking for is not narcissists, it's egoists. Egotism is much worse than narcissism. One can be egotistical without also being a narcissistic personality type, narcissistic personality disorder type person. Donald Trump is egotistical, egocentric. Exactly, Jamie. Well, yeah, Tricky. When you're talking about clinical diagnoses, the words matter. And narcissistic personality disorder is a very specific thing. Narcissism is also a very specific thing. But when we say narcissistic parents are the worst. Oh, I've run across 2 narcissists in my life. I am certain that you don't have clinical diagnoses of those people. What you mean are egocentric or egotistical people. That is not a clinical diagnosis. Yeah, I do. Correct. Perpetual pain. Everyone has narcissistic traits. Narcissistic personality disorder is what you are calling a full-blown narcissist.
but you are so fiddly and loose in your language that you don't get to fucking contradict me. That's how I feel about that. Well, ideally, Tricky, for example, in this situation, if I profit, it's because the woman I love is profiting. She tells me, do what you want. Well, what I want is to know that you're in a good mood. So I'll wait. Hey, Gina, what's up? One day at a time, Gina. Well, not you, Tricky. What I want is for her to be in a good mood. It was only I've never heard of anybody get real excited after a game of Monopoly. Like, dude, you should have seen that game. We have plenty of smarter board games, Gina. I don't think I was yelling at you, Jamie. I know I wasn't yelling at you, Jamie. I was yelling at Perpetual Pain. Well, no, chess isn't what I was talking about. There's a whole boutique, like, niche games. Like Evolution or Not on the Streets. Yeah, go to Target. Like Carcassonne or Catan is one of my very favorite board games. Railroads or but the answer you're looking for, LK157, is that I only seem super intelligent. I'm glad to hear you're back in Washington, Gina. And Target has a pretty developed board game section. I know the rules of chess, but I am bad at it. Yeah, for on Wednesday night, the Taco Bell gave me 2 of these giant bags of chips. I like card games too, Jazz. Everyday gaming. I usually like box deck builders. Ow. But Gina, if you want to look on Amazon, one of my very favorite board games is called Evolution. You're trying to make animals. You're trying to evolve them. I don't know. Emmy, I've been homeless so long. My favorite food is whatever is hot and I didn't pay for. Anything hot that I didn't have to compromise myself to earn. Flame Destroyer? Heard that, Tricky. Amadium Philalitheia means lover of truth. That's right, Tricky. We're all on a team. Trying to win. Trying to bring as many people to the championship as possible. And jazz means that. Philateos, for sure. A word that I'm learning about is teonustos. Mm-hmm. Yes, Frank. Philos in Greek is the word philo, right? It means friend or lover. Yeah, Magic the Gathering, it's expensive in time and decks, but yeah, teonustos. There's an argument whether it means God breathed or God breathed. Me too, Jamie. I love stew. Give me a great big bowl of stew. Fat loaf of bread. Risk is great. Risk is one of my favorite games. Yeah, so God breathed doesn't neatly translate into English properly. And so I'm reading a book about the modern and current philological argument of whether it means God breathed, as in God breathed into or through, because the word is also associated with sandals as well as scripture. It's in the book of never mind. It's in one of the epistles. Uses it. One of the later second or third century epistles uses it. Philocalea. Okay. I'll look into it or I'll think about it. I'll try to trap it up here. Or whether it means God breath ed, as in the same breath that God used to breathe us alive, also is contained within Scripture or other people and can breathe people into a second life. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting. Yes, Gina. It's a very interesting philological debate that I would like to contribute to someday because I have opinions. Oh, that sucks, Tricky. And sorry, I didn't finish explaining what Philalitheia means. Aletheia is it's a misspelling. It's actually Aletheia. Aletheia. But I didn't know it was an established theological word when I chose it, when I made it. That was like 15 years ago now. 18 years ago now. But um Aletheia, Aletheia is a goddess in Plato's cosmology. So he describes her in Phaedrus. But Letheia, I don't know, Frank. And Philo isn't that love. It's not love, it's lover. Aletheia, Aletheia, um, she's a divine figure, and the prefix there means not or un or the opposite of, and Letheia is the river of forgetfulness that our souls travel across to get into our infantile bodies and at birth. And so Aletheia is the divine remembrance that one has when undifferentiated from God. And so on some level, she's the consciousness. She's the worldview of God. She's the mindfulness that is mindful of everything all at once, not just in brief moments. And I am devoted to her. No, but I am. If I were an ist of any kind, I would be much closer to a Socratic than a Platonist. Plato. I think Plato was too broadly wrong, but I admire Socrates a lot. So I would consider Plato a co-student of Socrates. I've modeled myself in many ways after Socrates' apology. But I haven't read enough of Plato's material. And I figured out the world of forms in high school, meditating deeply. So I arrived there without him. So I understand Plato, and I can help people who want to understand Plato, because Plato undergirds all of Western civilization. But I prefer his teacher. Your question is a valid one, though, because I also write dialogues. But, you know, I was writing my dialogues before I knew who Plato was. Yeah, I've always thought about it when I find these philosophers. I've always thought of myself as a seeker first. I'm sorry, Jamie, that your comment got removed. But I've always considered myself a seeker first. And so I see it as multiple attestation when I find that people have already arrived before me and they've already put out way markers. But I also see it as kind of a great minds think for themselves and come to the same conclusions independently situation. So it's like if I wandered out here into the woods and I arrived at a place where Plato used to meditate, then at least I'm in the right woods. That's how I used to view it when I was a very, very young man, just out of high school. Jamie, I don't think I deleted your comment. You probably asked about my hair or one of the banned words. I have like 100 banned words from this summer because I would just have people come through and they would fill up my screen with the same question over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. That's kind of what I mean, Amateum, when I say Platonism and especially Neoplatonism. When I say that Platonism and Neoplatonism undergird basically all of Western civilization, what you're saying there is yeah, that a lot of Christianity, the metacosm or the cosmology and metacosmology and worldview and basic understanding of information transmission um, from God to humanity. That is Christianity. It's entirely Plato. Plato undergirded much of the Christian transition from Judaism, or rather the 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 Aramaic transition from Judaism into Greek Christianity. Absolutely, totally. I'm in Ohio, Gabby. Bears. Not a big fan of the Bears. It's tricky. They're playing well this year. Didn't they just win this? Didn't they win on Thanksgiving? Or was it Friday? Didn't they win recently? Oh, I'm sorry that you're betrayed, buddy. Ohio did win. Lions fan. Understood. That's a bummer. I'm caught in a weird emotional place with the Bears. My most recent ex-girlfriend arbitrarily decided that she was going to be a Bears fan because she wanted to be a Justin Fields fan. And then they drafted Caleb Williams, and she decided that she was going to arbitrarily hate on the Bears. Um, that happened after we. Well, no, that happened. That happened just shortly before we broke up. And Ben Johnson is one of my favorite coaches in football, so I'm in a weird kind of torn place with the Bears. She was only a fan for 5 years. It's not like I have all these memories of rooting for Bears football with her. It just puts me in a weird place where I'm thinking about her a lot. Thank you, Jamie. I do appreciate that. Hey, Chicago. My day was much. It was more of the same. More of the same from yesterday. But um, I've been live for 2 hours now, and I got a few hours in before 6 p.m. So I've gotten work done. I've been able to articulate what I'm feeling, and I've been able to express that there's a future at the end of all of this, regardless of whether it's the one I want. So my day has been overall a D minus, but um, here in 2 hours it'll be over. I look at things maybe a little bit differently than other people as regards that, but um, for a very long time in my life, I've said that no matter how bad, how shit the day is, the way it ends is what matters. And sure, that got me into a cycle of porn addiction and masturbation, because hey, at least you can rub one out at the end of the day. But you know, one of the reasons I decided to tackle that was because I loved this woman. And so part of the reason you don't let her out of your life is because you made good choices for yourself when she still loved you. So you can still make good choices for yourself when she's withholding love that she says she still feels. So yeah, a new day. You know, there's a I don't know the name of the band, but they're like a ska punk Christian band that actually a girl that I was fucking, her boyfriend really wanted me to like. So my whole life has not been perfect choices, but perfectly ethical or perfectly upright moral choices. I wouldn't make that argument, but they have a song called "The Sun Also Rises," and I know that's also like a Hemingway novel. But I think of that song whenever people, say like "A New Day Begins," or whenever I try to take a positivist outlook. Um, the sun also rises. The sun sets. It's always darkest before the dawn. These things, they're true. Looser than what, Jacob? Looser than your mom's cunt? That's right, Jamie. It's hard, but it's necessary to obtain a life partner. Yep. And when she goes back to remembering that why she fell in love with me is because she just couldn't stop learning from me because I just know so much, and it's just the role that the role that I have been set to in this life, then everything will return to equilibrium. But so long as she thinks that she has to teach me something in order for our relationship to be balanced, it's never going to work. It's never going to work. It's never going to work. I'm an autodidact and I reject authority. So if she wants to occupy a position where she's both an authority figure and I have to learn a certain set of things in a certain order, it will just never work. She will eventually reject me for another. And that's okay. Yes, concentrating on the present moment is helpful. Nomadium. Yes. Concentrating on what we're doing right now and how it's going to work into a multi-step process of getting me toward my goals. No, it is okay. It'll be okay someday. Or it won't be. Because what might happen is she might hear all of this and then she might realize, oh my God. But what she might also do is think that now I'm talking shit about her so that you will talk shit about her and then I can defend her so I look like the good guy. But really, what I'm doing is talking shit about her behind her back where people will talk shit about her. But no, I'm going to continue to say that it's okay. No, it will eventually work, Tricky. And because you're using things like pronouns that you're leaving undefined, I don't even know exactly what you're arguing. I'm fine, YG. I'm fine, but the woman I love is playing games with me right now that I just have to wait out. And it's fine. It's fine. It's sad and it's depressing, but let's just be honest. Let's just be honest and cynical between us 12 who are here right now and the infinite future, okay? I could be not talking about it when people like YG ask me, "You good? How are you doing? What's up in your life? How's it going? What are you thinking about?" I could just say, "It's fine. Life with a partner is the best." It's not easy, but it can be done, and love yourself first, because if they love you, they will love that you're loving you. If they love you, they will want to see you radiate. They will want to see you shine. They will want to see you glow. They will want to see you excel. They will want to see you succeed. They will want to see other people praise you. They will want to see or at least know it's happening. And it's just figuring out your roles. It's about figuring out your jobs, man and a woman. Totally. Yeah, it requires partnership. It requires teamwork. It requires mutual effort, and it requires a group identity. And so it requires the collective identity. Yes, Amadian. Yes, women love a man who loves himself. And so I am aware, by the way, I am aware that she's just not understanding and that my approach isn't computing. It isn't hard. It's work that never ends. And because we no longer do agriculture and we no longer kill our food, we don't understand work that never ends. We've had a 5-day work week for 200 years. Not naturally, Jamie, but with me, she's extremely selfish. Yes, recently. And there's reason. She went for however many years, however old she is, without the love of an adult man who's not her father. So she just doesn't understand that the the well of novel expressions of love has run dry. She doesn't understand that what she's done is she's just hit the button until, well, I don't think she has daddy issues. Maybe she does. Every girl does. But what she's done is she's hit the attention button so many times and so fast that it's hit diminishing returns. She no longer gets an emotional bump from engaging with me. And it is all about trust. And she can't understand that she doesn't trust me. Yes, and being being unwilling to compromise, being too stubborn to compromise is always where the problem comes from. There's an old country song. Um, if you start walking your way and I start walking mine, and we meet in the middle at that old Georgia pine, we'll gain a lot of ground because we both give a little. There isn't a road that's too long if we just meet in the middle. Sure. Just agree. I don't like to say agree to disagree. I would prefer to say agree that we have irreconcilable differences of opinion on this subject, and it's best that we avoid discussing this subject at all. I would prefer to say that, but maybe agree to disagree is those words in a tight little bow wrapped idiom. And Jamie, I don't think it's all about trust. Jamie, I think that more than trust, um, it's about a thing that I was just going to say and I lost the word. So give me a second. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier, Amadium, that narcissism is a survival trait. And so the degree to which one is self involved is sliding. The best defense is a good offense sometimes. And sometimes it's tricky. The best offense is a good punt unit. Well, I agree, Jamie. Hey, Lil Wack. I don't think women I don't think women know whether they're violent or not. I don't know about hate, but she certainly fantasizes about getting revenge on the relationships, Jamie. It's crazy time. Yes, Tricky. And in order to inspire your men, ladies, if you want to inspire your men to greatness, you have to show them that you want to win. I know, Emisa. I don't know. I don't think women know whether they're violent or not, so I don't think they know how to self-report it in a relationship. She does. She doesn't know that she's working through it in her way. She doesn't know she's working through it in her way because she's never worked through it before. She's never worked through anything before. And so she doesn't understand that um, I'm on the other side. That's funny, Jazz. That's funny. And yes, Jamie, let men be men, especially artistic and sensitive, creative men, intelligent men. Let us be ourselves. It's why you were attracted to us in the first place. Like like this exact thing is going to happen the first time I forget a date, an anniversary, and it's going to happen. We're having arguments about things I said that I was going to be weak at when we first started dating, talking, and so that's just another thing that I just have to wait to fail at. And so it's about having a want to win mindset, which means forgetting the minor mistakes that didn't contribute to the loss. The when you're in a perpetual losing state, like the Jazz, right? The Jazz, the Bulls. When you're in a perpetual losing state, um, you're in a situation where really all you're doing is watching bad film, and you're trying to make minor improvements over everything that's bad. But being in a losing state in a relationship is is a mindset. You're not actually losing. You're never losing if you're still together. But if you're determined to let the relationship die because it's too much effort over time, which is work, and you're determined to tell yourself, oh, it's too hard. I know you are tricky. You're being idiomatic. And yeah, don't cry to quit. Cry to move forward. Cry because it fucking hurts. But move on. Keep moving. Stagnation is death. These are things I used to say uh, when I was young, and thought that death was imminent, and it wasn't. And yeah, sing your death song. Sing your defiance. Yeah, live for the moment. Live for the joy that we're alive. Like, yeah, I'm not having a good night. Yeah, no, I'm not in a good mood. Yeah, no, I don't have the emotional cognitive ability to focus on difficult tasks. So no, I'm not playing 7 Days to Die. No, I'm not playing Schedule One or Dragon Age Origins or any of the other games that I play. No, I can't focus. And so we're here, and we're talking about why I can't focus. Because I love a woman, that's why I can't focus. Oh, absolutely, Jazz. Totally. And yeah, I wasn't trying to talk shit. I was trying to make it obvious that the things that you're saying, even if they seem like they're completely irrelevant to what I'm talking about, are relevant to me. And I am paying attention. I am thinking about it. I'm using it all of it. Everything that you guys bring to me is teaching moments, the things that are happening in my life. I don't know who all of the 27 of you are that have liked, for example. So it's all teaching moments from my perspective, even my own life. Um, One of the things that she used to say that she loved about me is that our conversation showed up in my when I would go live, and I didn't want anybody to see just because I wanted to get a thought on camera. And now she's insecure about that too. And so it just takes time. Just takes time. It's too easy to fake at the beginning of a relationship. It's too easy to fake. And so in her mind, she's probably just taking the, well, if I don't fake it, and I'm just the worst thing I could possibly be, if he can still like me at the end of it, then we can survive anything. No, no, no. No, sports. Jazz, you're invited, man. You're here. You're welcome to be here. All of you are. I agree, Tricky. Time will tell. That's what she can't understand. Time, time is the only thing that's gonna determine whether this thing works or not. Because we're not gonna still be together in 25 years if this is still happening for 25 years. Yeah, nothing can actually stand against love. Love will conquer all. And that's my name is Conqueror in Latin. Vincent is from vicit. It means conqueror. And so love will conquer all, but what I will not do is conquer the woman I love. It just won't happen. I refuse. I will get enthusiastic consent or I will take nothing. I'm pretty sure that we agreed that that was the way it should be. I don't even like taking my food from a kitchen that's not enthusiastic in its consent. It's kind of how Tricky and I started. Is like, why are you taking money from a job that you're not enthusiastic to consent to? Can't be good at it. I wasn't trying to be personally critical of you, Tricky. It's already on film, man. Again, I'm not trying to call anybody out. I'm not trying. It's a teaching moment. I'm circling back to where I began, to show that I wasn't being negatively critical. I was trying to understand why you wouldn't prefer enthusiastic consent. Yes, I love to love. I want very little. I want her to be happy, Jamie. I want her to be happy. I am happy if and when and only if and when she is happy. If she is not happy, I cannot be happy. And so, on some level, she's testing whether that's true. Is it true? And then she's going to torture herself with, oh, he is obviously unhappy, which means he's unhappy with me. And she's just going to turn it inward for a while. But if she listens to me, if she pays attention, I appreciate you too, Jamie. It's been great to make your acquaintance the last 2 nights. I have especially appreciated that you've dropped that you're happily married and you haven't flirted with me once. I really, really appreciate when people can be can have fidelity within their relationships. I really value that shit. And yeah, she at the end of the day, she says all the right things, so she knows to end the day well. She does know to end the day well. And so what that means is that she's using my method. She is taking my approach. She's just doing it defiantly because that's the only way she can remain in control without being conquered by me. She has to fight back. And so I don't have to fucking like it, but I love her and I tolerate it. And I forgive it immediately. I don't think to myself, I don't sound or feel like I'm angry at her or that I'm lashing out at her or that I'm asking you guys to drag her. I'm not. Maybe I am. Maybe she'll perceive it that way. But I don't think I am. What I want you guys to do is understand that I love her and that, like, if she were to show up right now and be like, "Oh, you're talking shit about me," I would ban all of you who had anything negative to say about her instantly. Yes, we meet with resistance when we try too much to control things. Yes, reversed effort. Let go and let God. Yeah, or let time. Let go and let time, right? My granddad used to say about tools, don't force it. You force it and you're going to break something. Like trying to pull a door on hinges that are latched. If you just pull, if you force it, you're going to rip the door off the hinges. Yeah. Yeah, after 3 years, it can't be about you anymore. The 3 and 7 year itches are the disillusion of the self into the relationship. And I have a very, very strong will, and my will runs through the relationship. So yeah, right, going your best friends going through life. The romance and the pet names and the emotional spikes and the heart palpitations and all of these things, those dry up fast, and they dry up the faster the more they happen early. They dry up because they become unnecessary. Yeah, my marriage lasted 3 years, but we were together for 7, and she couldn't survive the 7 year itch. And that's not my fault. That is not my fault. Hey Mark, how's it going? Hello to Florida. Hello, Spider Man. You can't sleep? I can't sleep yet either, pal. I gotta be awake at 4 a.m. Or something else? What does that mean, Spider Man? I'm very tired. I didn't sleep very much yesterday. So I'm trying to get comfortable while also being warm without getting all the way in my sleeping bags. So here we are. Okay, take care, Tricky. Thank you for talking with me, buddy. Thank you for getting this last 2.5 hours going. You got it started. Thank you. I don't understand what you're wondering, Spider Man. You said or something else. I don't understand what you're saying. Take care, Tricky. I'm sure I'll be around, buddy. It's hard for me to maintain a schedule uh, right now, but I'm sure I'll be around sometime around 2 p.m. tomorrow. Ah. Night, Jamie. Thank you for talking to me. This is what I do, Mark. I am a full-time YouTuber, buddy. If you're asking me if I do like tricks or if I'm not like a pet bird. not a trained monkey. You trying to get better, Spider-Man? Look, I'm not being negatively critical or impatient. If I'm affecting it or if my body language is broadcasting that emotion, it's not one I'm experiencing. So that's your interpretive framework, and your interpretive framework can't be wrong, but it is also objectively wrong. So what are you trying to get better at, and what are you trying to ask me? I have no problem answering your question. Um, I haven't made any money tonight, but I've been talking about my emotions, and I don't like to be paid to talk about my emotions. When my emotions are predicated on the behavior of other people, that feels really fucking scummy. And so I don't want scum money. You don't need to understand, but you will understand someday. That's something that women, girls struggle with. Well, Spider Man, maybe get something to eat. Is that you don't need to understand everything up front. What you need to know is you need to know a potential partner's conflict resolution and stress management. Because nothing is more embarrassing and detrimental to a relationship. I watched my mother and my father argue about this stuff all the time. Is being an intelligent, socially adept person who's partnered with someone who isn't. I am not a particularly socially adept person. She does not embarrass me, but it's not entirely impossible that I don't embarrass or that I do embarrass her. I'm certain I do embarrass her. In fact, I did a live presentation just like this a few months ago, where I was explaining that it is not my fault that I am an attractive man to some people, and it is not my fault that everyone overreacts to being embarrassed in front of an attractive man. And so it is not my fault that people get embarrassed around me. For example, um, and this is going to come up in my relationship, so I'm predicting it here for when it happens. Um, but my ex, she and her sister said it first, and then she started saying it. But her younger sister used to say that I make her feel like she's stupid, and I would always respond to that with, "Well, I don't make you feel like you're stupid. Um, I don't put a gun to your head and say feel stupid. What happens is that you feel stupid in comparison to me whenever I'm around. And so you only feel stupid in comparison to me when I'm around. So I don't make you feel stupid, but my presence as a result of your personal insecurity leads to you feeling stupid." And so what I used to say, resultant of all of that explanation, is that maybe you're just stupid. I don't think you're trying to be rude, Spider Man. You asked me a question, and I was asking you to repeat the question with cromulence. I don't think the woman I love is stupid. I do think that she's behaving like a stupid person to see whether I would love her if she were stupid. And the answer is a definitive no. I don't have to worry about explaining why the answer is definitive and why I wouldn't love her if she were stupid, because she's not stupid. If she were stupid, she wouldn't have been able to con me into falling in love with her. Therefore, I don't think she's stupid. It is painful and lonely being smart, Mark. Um, Something we don't fully understand is that we can't comprehend, we can't imagine what it would be like to be more intelligent than we are. And so, like we were talking about, don't make art because it will be understood. It's like it will be misunderstood. Sorry, it's like don't be smart, you will go misunderstood, and it's okay. She has gone misunderstood for a really long time. But I have faith, and I am of the opinion, and I trust, to use her word, that she'll be fine. In fact, more than likely, she's probably going to wake up tomorrow fine, like nothing happened. And then she's going to watch this and she's going to be mad at me. A lot of people will ask me what I think. What did you think? Why did you do that? What did you think would happen? And then I answer the question, and they say, "Well, no, that's not what is happening." And it's like, "Well, yeah, I know that. That's not the question you asked me." And she may or may not ever well, I define stupidity, a stupid choice, Amateam, as any self detrimental choice. So kicking a door jam as you walk through it, stupid, self detrimental. Breaking up with someone you love because you think highly of them, self detrimental and stupid. So to me, stupid isn't a reason to reject someone in your life. It just means that you're going to have to be more patient with them than you would an average person. It's like with a stupid person, you can't leave them around a pot of boiling water because you can't trust them not to be injured by it, right? I agree. Oh, Mateum, Amadium. I know I'm saying your name wrong, but I agree that emotional intelligence, or at least being able to convey your emotional intelligence, is more important. And that's where that's where relationships comparatively get into trouble, because we only know we can't imagine being more emotionally intelligent than we are either. So as mature as we are, we can only know how immature we are in comparison with people who are in fact more mature than we are. And then learning is a choice. And so whether we learn that their method is the more developed approach, is a crapshoot. It's probably a less than 50% adoption rate. But I have faith. Maturity is more about development, Mark. And then intelligence to me just means your ability to bring in novel information, store it, and use it in novel ways. That's how intelligence is defined clinically. So the difference in a robot intelligent task and a human intelligent task is that a robot doesn't need a higher order decision making and problem solving to complete, whereas a human intelligent task needs a human that's capable of bringing in and adapting to new information on the fly. Sure, Chicago. There are some people who never learned to be self detriment or self beneficial. Yeah, Amateum. I am autistic, and so my emotions are intellectualized. And so, if people want to, they can always choose to have hurt feelings by everything I say. So, people reacting to the things I say, like I've hurt their feelings, has been desensitized as a reaction to my behavior since before I was in kindergarten. That isn't going to change my approach. It's like in the NFL. It's like in the NFL. The refs could call holding on the offensive line every single play, so the offensive linemen don't adjust their play. In a relationship, unfortunately, you have to play better than the ref's ref, and the ref is usually your girlfriend. I don't know how the game ended, but speaking of playing better than the ref's ref, the Commanders almost didn't make it to overtime because the refs were doing such a bad job. Or the mascot. Well, that's the thing, is in power imbalance relationships, someone in the relationship is actually the mascot. And so I've actually felt like for a while that she thinks I want her to be my channel's mascot. The important thing to remember It's that I love her and that I'm a public figure and that what I'm doing shouldn't be done in a normal relationship. I'm answering a question, not crowdsourcing help with my girlfriend. And I'm trying to teach, I'm making an effort to teach different problem solving strategies that can get attestation as working or not working in real time as I go. Yes, most relationships don't have someone who lives in front of a hot camera for 8 to 12 hours a day. So my relationship that I have with any woman is going to be very wildly non-standard. And it's not her fault that she was unprepared for and didn't believe me when I said that was going to be the case early on. Because women pull this blinders thing. We're like, no, 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 no. You know, because there's no evolutionary advantage. Okay, there's no evolutionary advantage to a woman being able to plot the future. Females are already neurotic in times of crisis because they're small and frail and usually overweight. Um, they're they're just Taco Bell's nachos. So there's no evolutionary advantage to them being able to plot their imminent demise. All right, but there is an evolutionary advantage to their husbands, fathers, brothers, and boyfriends um, being able to plot out the self-obvious conclusions of women's behavior. So there's no evolutionary advantage to women being able to do it. So it's entirely possible that those sections of the female brain are underdeveloped or maybe even don't exist. The ability to accurately plot futures, especially of their own consequences. Because again, females are already more neurotic because of the being smaller, frailer, and typically overweight. If I'm crying, traveling lamp, your impression of a crying is very different than mine. I don't know whose fault what is, Mark. Okay, then you're invited to never speak to me again, traveling lamp. I'll make that easy for you. Yeah, I don't think there's an evolutionary advantage to women being able to track that kind of stuff. I don't think there's a reason that their brains should be able to do that stuff. And I know that their parents don't encourage them to do it as children. Because you ask a woman a why, and her answer begins with a you statement, not an I statement. Why did you do that? And it begins with you rather than I. And this is a trait when women and when young men say, let men be men. What they're saying is, let men speak for themselves, let men speak in I's, and let men behave for their reasons, because our brains, men's, are different than yours. Not just our bodies. Brains are different. I started to say this last night, but millennials were taught that males and females are different only at the pelvis, and that's just not true. It's just not true. Males and females are very different, very different, and a lot of why you were taught that males and females aren't different, except at the pelvis, is because we didn't have data, and um, women didn't want to be sidelined only to what they were neurologically adept at during eugenics. The problem is that now, 50 years after the 1970s, um, what we find is that people actually report greater satisfaction with their life if they're doing what they're neurologically good at, neurologically adept at. So it's complex and it's nuanced. And I love her very much, and this is me not giving up on it. This is me choosing to take the time to use it constructively, to talk positively about her instead of think negative thoughts about her, instead of steeling myself for the worst. Because the worst is coming. It's just a matter of time before she does the worst possible thing. But what she doesn't know is that she already did. So it's just a matter of doing it again. Doing it until I say, okay, I can't. That's the last time. I can no longer let you do this to me. But that, with any luck, she won't push us there. With any luck. With any luck, she won't make me raise my voice at her anymore. She won't make me short tempered. She won't make me impatient. But we know better. And so what that means is that I just have to elevate my play. I have to play for the both of us. And it sucks and it's exhausting. I'm having a lot of trouble keeping my eyes open. I got an hour and a half to go, so we power through. And we just constantly remind ourselves, like a mantra, that we're doing this for her. We did it all leading up to finding her, to find her. Now that we found her very, very stupid ass, you got to hold on loosely. If you hold on too tight, she'll decide that you're constraining her and just leave. So, I am staying awake, Mark, yes. I have to be awake at 4. Another earthquake, Amisa? You don't need to know who she is. Because it's already going to be awkward enough when, because she's in the chat all the time during the day. So it's going to be awkward enough when she comes in the chat and somebody asks, "How are the two of you doing?" And she's gonna have to stand up to knowing that it's both of us who are suffering. It's gonna be awkward enough. You don't also need for me to out her username. Thank you, Mark. Because what she wants is to be out in front of me like some kind of meat shield, and she doesn't understand that women are terrible for that. First of all, if somebody is shooting at me, she's like a full foot shorter than I am. All of my most vulnerable parts will not be shielded by her. I don't know who April is, Ruffles. I don't really understand this game you're playing. There's not even an April in the chat. I'm also not entirely sure she has yeah, it's December, so you have no right. I'm not entirely sure she or very many people in the world have um, highly developed concepts of uh, delayed gratification. And so when we want what we want right now, and then we spend our time satisfying what we want right now with no delay between the gratification of wanting the thing and satisfying that want, what happens is that we don't really want the thing after we've got it. And it becomes an emotional drain to use it, to engage with it. And so like I'll get into this habit with spending money. It's like if I've got the money, I got to move the money out of my purse, and I can't just let the money sit. Can't hoard it. Can't just not spend it. And then I'll buy things I don't really want because I just needed to move the money. And so like I've got this whole library of video games I don't have time to play, but I needed to. Yes, very depressed, James. Very depressed. My system. See, people talk about social batteries, but I don't have a social battery in the same way that you do. I have a performance battery, um, but I don't remember how I was going to say this. Depression is like I had it for a second and it's gone. Thank you for that peek. It's like I remember what it was like to be enthusiastic in a real way. Thank you, peek. Thank you, peek. Um, yeah, depression to me is knowing it's the certainty that um, yeah, enthusiasm, that ship has sailed. Right. It's knowing that, like when I wake up and I look at my phone, good things are going to happen. And so depression is the opposite. It's waking up and going, okay, I got to do this thing I don't want to do. It's dread. Really, depression is just like, it's just a dread you can't shake. And a lot of people talk about that's anxiety, generalized anxiety. And it is, but it's just dreading everything. Okay, Ruffles. I don't know you or your girl. You don't have any reason to think I know your girl. And this role play writing prompt situation that you're doing is so beneath my dignity to engage with. How we doing? Right at 3 o'clock? About a quarter till. I'm tired. And so for me, it's just about repeating in my head, and I love her, I care about her. But I dread hearing from her. No, I'm not in a car. I dread every time she texts me that she's just gonna, it's gonna be that she's breaking up with me. Yeah, it's over. I dread every time I open my Patreon up to see if I've got any new subs that she's gonna have canceled. But I knew it. I knew the omens were bad. No, I wouldn't say that I'm good, Ronald Swanson. I would say that I am severely depressed, and that my life is completely destabilized and in free fall. That's what I would say. Hey, welcome back, warming system. Or warning system. It's much the same, bud. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Chicago. I just gotta wait for her to wake up. I tell her good morning every morning at 4. So I tell her good morning, and then I go to bed, and then I wake up, and for the last 6 weeks, I wake up to a problem. I wake up to a problem, or an argument, or a question. I've just got a question. Okay. No. Moving on. And so my day just starts on the wrong foot every day now, and has for a really long time. There's no point in arguing with him, Ed. I hit rock bottom 7 years ago, man. No, as a man, you don't go down to their level. They're more fragile than you are. If you say the things to them that they say to you, they will never recover as human beings. We are not the same. If I called her the names that she calls me, she would never recover. If I accused her of the infidelity and the lack of faith that she accuses me of, she would never recover as a person. Thank you, warning. I care what she says. Man, she doesn't really call me names as such. She just calls me a liar, and well, women have that kind of power. She just calls me a liar and accuses me of crimes against her that I didn't commit. That's right. People who you love do. Yep. If I didn't love her, this shit she says wouldn't bother me. And that's the only reason she's doing it, is because she knows that. If she's forgotten everything else, she knows that. Yeah. The tip of my toe always hurts. That freaks me out. But it's not numb. It's got to be nerve damage. I'm not here to take advice, warning. I'm here to make a living giving it, buddy. You are on the wrong side of the camera to be giving advice. I am not lost. I am not even a seeker any longer. I have found. You should be taking my advice. But because tonight people are not asking me advice, I am just talking about what's going on in my life. Because that is the most frequent question that I get. Yes. Warning systems. From here on, I shouldn't see you on that side of the camera. You've kind of made yourself unwelcome in my presence, pal. You're confused very, very quickly about this whole parasocial relationship that you're involved in. see human think you are the leader is called something. It's probably a messiah complex. God isn't cutting anyone out of my life, but the omens have made it very clear that I am going to be suffering the temptation of the devil for the foreseeable future. And I'm pretty sure I've made it clear. I think that's you, warning. I think you're confused about which side of the camera you're on. Again. What is going on? I'm sitting in the dark waiting till 4 a.m. smoking weed. What do you think is going on? Like what do you think is happening? And what context do you think you lack? Right. So lacking visual stimulus, what do you think is happening? It's synthetic and cheap. It gets the job done. I'm not like you. I don't pretend like weed is one of the finer things in life. And then see, the thing that so many people get wrong is that even if the relationship fails, you don't give up on the positive self changes that you made in the relationship. The positive self changes you made might have made her, or might have rather made you unattractive to your partner, former partner, but they will make you attractive to the right partner. So if you keep growing toward your perfect self, the perfect partner will be there eventually because they will choose to grow with you. They will see that perfect self in you and they will push you harder than you push you to get there because you are the first person who's going to let you off the hook. So long as your thumbs work. And so having a partner is about partnership. And like, I don't know, any law firm, right? Davis, and Samuels, right? Like, those three don't specialize in the same thing. Good morning, my love. You're not supposed to be awake yet. Yeah, your bladder woke you? It's in like 18 minutes. I'm glad. I've been talking about how I think I've assumed you would. And I've been using this opportunity, this time, to talk positively about you. So I'm glad you were listening. Well, Nemo, I've been waiting till 4 a.m. so I can tell the woman I love good morning and that I love her. Send her off to work with positive vibes. Because it's something I like to do. Love you, Rachel. No, I'm not in a truck. Good. There's a creature moving around on the other side of the creek. I'm listening to it. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, Rachel. I don't understand. I'm confused. I'm tired. Pretty sure it's Monday. Because it's not my bedtime. I have another 40 minutes on the clock. Does it say Warland? Hello, Warland. You're, Warland. If you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't. All right? And if you don't, then you don't. So figure it out. It's just what it comes down to, man. These things are too damn long to just like pop in and think you're gonna know what you're seeing. And look, I don't know, okay, whether they make it easy for you to figure out how long I've been live. But when I attend other people's lives, I can figure out how fucking long it is when I scroll in and how long they've been going when I scroll in. So either you're deficient or I'm just a fucking super genius and I need to be a lot more patient with you. I don't know, but I'm tired, man. And you're being rude. I am stressed out and you're being rude. I have made 97 cents tonight, Rachel. I I asked everyone to not give me money because I was talking about myself and that would be extremely and extremely poor taste. And so the 97 cents that I made is a thing that I've been saving to talk to you about. I've figured out these vertical lives and how the economy works. I figured it out. It makes me really sad. But I know how to get those gifts to I know how to manipulate those gifts. And it's deeply fucked up. No, I haven't been telling a story. I've been using my life as a teaching moment. And it would just be in really poor taste. Scummy. It would just be in poor taste to profit from that. To accept money from that. It would just be in poor taste. So I asked that it not happen. But I made 97 tips in gifts, and I know how those work. Pretty sure I already told you this. Thank you for the clicky things. I got lots of tips about lots of things, Warlen. What's on your mind? No. Tips are what coaches give and teachers give, and coaches and teachers are usually really well paid, actually. I did. Had some tacos. Yes. You don't think that when you click into a tips and tricks video or article anywhere on the internet that it wasn't paid for, do you? I believe that, Warren. From what little I have gleaned of you, thinking is not one of your strong suits. I'm actually as comfortable as I've been in a while. It's cold. Thank you, Tony. No roaches alive out here. Well, you just asked me if I made any money tonight, and then uh, the next thing Warren asked was if I would give him my intellectual expertise and mastery for free. And so yeah, I'm decidedly uncomfortable right now. Yeah, Warren's trying to rob me, and he thinks it's funny. I'm sure, Tony. And so while Warren was, this is uh interesting, gang. While he was taking the time to do that, I was telling you that I've only made 97 cents at this tonight. And then the next thing in his mind, when there was an empty moment, was to ask me for something free. Why, no. But see, people like Warland don't know that they're the beggars. I'm not begging, but Warland is. They're the panhandlers. They're the ones with their hands out asking the world to give them something free. They're the people who try not to surrender their coupons when they shop with coupons. They're the people who put credit card scanners on gas pumps. These are the people like Warren Draken. They're the reason that the cost of living keeps going up. They destroy everywhere they live, so the complex that they rent from has to raise your rent to cover the cost of repairing the damage they did over the course of a year of neglect and outright abuse. So, yeah, I'm decidedly uncomfortable. Yeah. Warlin also spins ellipses like he thinks he's a rich man, and I've got enough time to read all those pauses. Like I'm gonna stop. And the I don't go shopping argument just proves my core point that you are why everything is so expensive. The ellipses is when you put three periods together, Warlin. Yeah, I hear you, Tony. Sure, but I respect you, Rachel. So when you do it, I take the time to include the ellipsation in how I read the sentence in my brain. When Warland does it, I do not. I actually don't take the time to voice the things that Warland says because I don't respect Warland. Warland is why there's inflation. What do you mean it meant something other than the ellipses means a few things. Maybe you do, but there are a few uses for the ellipses. Hey, what's up, Mustang? Am I really going to give a grammar lesson about how the ellipsis is supposed to be is properly used? Okay, so if you use it like she did there without the space, to me, ellipsation, it means the sentence is trailing off. If there's a space, the way that you guys want to be doing it is actually space, period, space, period, space, period. A long ellipsis. And what that means is that you have three sequences of period long pauses in the text. It means that the speaker is getting there. Yes. That's the proper way to do the pause that you guys are trying to write. If you do it word dot dot dot, it's trailing off. If you go word dot 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 dot, four of them, That means it's trailing off to a period and the sentence is ending at a cogent thought. If you go dot 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 word, it means that you're hesitating into the word. Because that's how girls do it on the internet, Warlen. That's the proper way to do it. So if you're writing in a, for whatever reason, writing in a Word document, you do it period space, period space, you'll get the ellipsis you want. Because when you were in school, Rachel, the ellipsis was stylistically an absolute no-no. Because it's a stylistic no-no. Because there are 4 different kinds of ellipsis, and high schoolers always get them wrong. It's just like you haven't been taught how to use an M dash either. I actually don't know if it's an EM dash or just an M dash. Well, it shouldn't be disappointing. It was a stylistic no-no. If you used ellipses in creative writing, you wouldn't get published. An EM dash is a dash. Yes. So there are 2 kinds of uh, M dashes. There are 2 kinds of those as well. There's the dash that means that you have a separate but relevant tangent that's not parenthetical. Parenthetical is like a stage whisper in text. Do you know what parentheses? A parenthetical is like a stage whisper in text. An M dash is a tangent, and then if you double M dash in a word processor, it'll make it real long, and that means that the sentence abruptly ends. Yes, I actually you want to put yeah, I actually prefer that grammar to putting a comma, a period, or a semicolon there, Rachel. Stylistically, I prefer the dash right there because those are related tangential statements. Tangential. They shouldn't be separated by a semicolon because the one doesn't build on the other, and they shouldn't be separated by a period because they're related and don't build on one another. You wouldn't say, for example, I love you, period, therefore, comma, I miss you. That would be a nonsense sequitur. So stylistically, I like the dash. I use a lot of dash. Yeah. Yes. Rach. Stylistically, I that is correct, and I think as far as grammar goes, beautiful on a page. I think that stylistically that's beautiful, but that's a high level of mastery of grammar that they don't teach in school because they don't teach creative writing. And what was happening was script writers and dime writers were using dots, the ellipses. They were using ellipses like crazy because they got paid for it. Yeah, you don't need that. You don't need that space, but yes. And so high schools started teaching to on style, I think is what it's called, by Strunk and White. Well, Warlen, um, you wanted free tips. If you want tips from me, make an error in my presence. A minor error that only I give a shit about. And you haven't said anything in your essay on creative writing that your teachers never read or thought themselves. So don't beat yourself up if you're actually in high school or earlier. Actually, if you're actually in school, whether it's university or what, don't beat yourself up. Nothing you're gonna write in that school is new unless you're my ass. And I did everything I could to get kicked the fuck out of high school. Third year of high school, yeah. By junior year, I stopped turning in my essays because they'd stopped grading my shit. They they'd stopped grading my essays fairly by junior year of high school, so I quit turning them in. It's not funny. It's self sabotage. It is. It's self sabotage on the grandest scale. It really is. And I know that. But from my vantage now, cold in this tent, um, would I have had it any other way? No. Fuck that school. On some level, I knew that if I excelled, the school would get more credit than I would. So fuck that school. It's not the right way to think about it, kids. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. Excel at school. Understand that, yeah, not pursuing my PhD is a big part of why I'm in this tent. Yeah, use the AI to critique what you write. Yes, I do that actually. I was going to fast track a PhD in abnormal psych with undergrad. Um, I wanted a double major for my undergrad in philosophy and psychology, and then I wanted to get a secondary PhD in seminary. They would call it biblical critique today or something like that, but I wanted multiple PhDs. I also wanted a PhD in world history, but I wanted to focus on ancient history, and I wanted a literary master. Yeah, critique, a line edit, a line critique. It can tell you where your sentences make sense, where they don't make sense, where they're strong, where they're weak, and then you want to tell it what grade you're in. You want to tell it this is a junior paper. Can you grade this like a junior high school teacher or whatever, third year, however you say it. I'm fine for warmth, but thank you. Uh, is that an I or an L? Is it Losto or Yasto? Okay, I hope that you're just playing with the grammar. I don't like the first stem dash. That should be a comma. Uh, I think I am peak writing, Warlin. But for the most part, yes, she's getting there. I think I am peak writing, yes. I think that my literature, the stuff that I have written, is peak English literary art. But I also know that I'm unfinished and that I haven't written in a really long time. So anything that I write now is going to be significantly better than anything I have written. Improving yourself, yeah, A/B testing, yes. Okay, I hope it rains on my snarky ass too. It'd be great if it rained. Give me a reason to not leave my tent. Uh, I love how he responded to me asking whether that was an I or an L by calling me snarky. I asked him if his name was pronounced Losto or Yasto, And he got snarky. Okay, well, stop. Yeah, for sure, Borland. Okay, well, that one deserved an ellipsation. All right, well, if you're already leaving for work, then be safe and have a good day. Aragon was a little bit young for me when it came out, so I haven't read it. But I'm happy to see you guys nerd out over literature that I thought was too immature for me. I'm not a. I am a snob, but um, my snobbery was tempered into enthusiasm for advocacy. Yeah, look, Warren, I'm not going to argue with you about it, buddy. Like what you like. I was the world's biggest Dritz Stewart fan when I was your age. Yeah, well, you got to understand the difference between you and me. I'm going to call you Christopher, is that I was already writing when those books were released. I was already writing my own creative literature. Yeah, I noticed there aren't any vowels, so I assumed you dropped the vowels for the username. I'm not trying to condescend to you. Something that people who aren't themselves artists don't fully understand about artists is that we have very different kinds of opinions about the things that were being released when we got started. And so I was writing my first creative fiction, like taking it really seriously about really aiming toward being a professional writer and storyteller someday. Around the time that the Aragon series was being released. That was around the time I was in high school. I was either a junior or sophomore or something like that. I don't actually know what year, but I was already writing stuff and trying to circulate it around my friend group, and they were reading Aragon. So I have just a different opinion, and for wholly emotional and mimetic reasons that have nothing to do whatever with Pellini. Yeah. And so when I say I'm a snob, it's because I have a generally negative opinion, and I understand that he aged with it. But he and I are the same age. Okay, well, you do want to still use commas, but take care, Rach. Created a monster. Nobody wants to use commas anymore. They're all M dashes. It's fucking crazy. The Odyssey, I didn't finish it, but I've read from it, Moreland. It's very long and boring to me, but I've studied it intensely. Yep. Yeah, the Iliad I didn't finish either. I read from the Odyssey for the channel. And for anybody who's keeping tabs on the things that I've prophesied from this tent, they did make a fucking the Odyssey movie off the back of that fucking musical that I hated so much around this time last year. It was driving me absolutely fucking ape shit. And I was saying they're gonna make a fucking movie. They're gonna make a fucking movie, and lo and behold, I don't know if it's on like, no, it's off the back of that fucking musical. They made there's like 10 of them, but no, in the last year, yes, I have a girlfriend, I have a fiance. Um, that fucking musical that went around, the animation musical that went around YouTube. Yeah, there's a movie that looks just the fuck like it. It's not an animation, it's a live action. There was a musical that was going around YouTube about a year ago, and it was just making me absolutely fucking bananas with the interpretation of the characters. And there's a movie, it's on like Netflix or Amazon Prime or what. I know there are a lot of movies about the Odyssey. I'm saying that there is one with that specific fucking framing of the Odyssey from that specific fucking thing that I just happened to talk about a lot about a year ago. Yeah, I'm not trying to talk about any of it. I literally, just for anybody keeping track of the things that made me crazy, that I thought about too much, that have recurred in my life. That's one of them. That's all. Um, it's a really annoying post-feminist reinterpretation of the Odyssey that puts all of the women, all the female characters into nonsensical roles. Um, but yes, the Odyssey and the Iliad are great stories. That's not what I'm trying to argue. And it annoys me. And if you like it, fucking that's great. But it was just, it really was bothersome to me. If that's how you feel, Caesar. Where'd that come from? What do you mean, where did what come from? I'm sorry. Oh, I just happened to think about it and I wanted to get it on the record that I was right, that there was going to be a fucking movie. Freerin? I don't know what Freerin is. And I don't know what you said that you're just asking, Poor Glass. I'm sorry. Hello, Debbie. What's up? Oh, yeah, I don't know, man. Probably I was articulating that you guys didn't need to be worried about my obsessive compulsive uh shouts into the void, and he came in right in the middle where I was being the most obsessive compulsive, where I was articulating to you that this is an obsession that you don't need to care about, and he thought that I was asking you to organize my thoughts for me. It's good to be seen by you, Deborah. But what more than likely happened is that he was on a. Oh, that's interesting, Christopher. No, I haven't. Um, what probably happened is that he was just watching somebody that he identifies as in a similar situation to mine, asking for money in a probably gauche and cringe way, and so he left, thought that thought, and then typed it at me, and then felt clean and moved on. People do that all the time. It's not weird. It might be weird from your perspective in high school, but thank you, Christopher. I was really trying to reach for a word that wasn't too purple, but that was the one that came out. Um, it's really not that weird if you watch like your friends and your peers in school. What you'll notice is if they have a bad interaction with one another, they'll with somebody that matters to them, or just have a bad interaction, they'll immediately go and initiate a bad interaction with somebody that's passing through their lives, so their next interaction is a good one. The people, they cleanse their palate of a bad interaction on people who can't defend themselves. It's pretty common. Yeah. It's an emotional palate cleanser that people, I do it. I've done it. Yeah. And so I've done it. I've noticed myself on shorts. It's super fucking easy. Like TikTok, YouTube, you're just doom scrolling. You see a guy who pisses you off. And so you just type something nasty to the next guy that you come across, and you go and you're like, damn, that video actually wasn't as bad as I said it would. Yeah, we all do it. We all do it. It's very common. I try really hard in my heart to not hold it. I hold it against people as far as like if they're going to come back and do it a second time, but I try really hard to just let the negative interaction be fleeting. Yeah, people who don't have any kind of guard up on it. Yeah, it's like an ambush. It's almost like an ambush. It's almost like an ambush predatory behavior. I don't know. It is. It's strange. It's strange when you think about it, right? Like when you sit and you psychoanalyze it. Like, I really shouldn't have done that. But we all do it. We all do it all the time. And I don't even think it's an unsel. It's like I don't even think it's like a self blind behavior. Hey, that's good, Warland. It's always good to keep our feelings in check. Um, that's why when I allow my feelings to be shown, I'm trying to teach, or I'm trying to encourage a positive behavior change. But yeah, I worked retail. I managed gas stations for the last 5 years of my employment. I've been unemployed for about 5 years now, and I'm unemployed by an employer. And then YouTube, I've been doing YouTube for about 2 years. But anyway, um, gas stations were like that. People would come into the gas station to get a beer, to get an ice cream, to get whatever, and they had just argued with their girlfriend or their boyfriend, and so they just say something nasty to the guy at the counter and then move on with their life. And then a lot of times they would even be like, "Wow, I didn't even mean to say that. I'm sorry." And so I do not have a better than 50% hit rate, but I do try to remind myself that there's a lot of garbage out there, and it's not always my fault. It almost never has anything actually to do with me. I'm in Ohio. Yeah, I don't know whether it's cultural or human, but it's like there was even a song that we used to sing when I was a kid. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but it was about a rabbit who would pick up field mice and bop them on the head because they were smaller than he was and unaware that it was coming. And on some level, it's harmless. Little bunny Foo Foo walking through the forest, picking up the field mice and bopping them on the head. Yeah, thank you for that. Um, it's just a thing. It's a thing we do, and I'm pretty sure I used to think about that song a lot. Because I think that they used to have us sing that song so that we noticed when we were doing it, we would stop doing it at the time. Because doesn't the fairy not actually resolve? Like the fairy resolves that song because you repeat it forever. It's a kid's song. And I think that song resolves with the fairy ultimately like changing, like harming the rabbit, Foo in some way, or Bunny Foo or whatever. I don't remember. I don't actually remember it ever resolving. Potato Land. No, Ohio is Ohio and Idaho. I mean, that's pretty close. Yeah, it was a song from my childhood, our childhoods. I haven't heard it. I haven't heard adults play it for kids since my adulthood, but I don't have kids, so whatever. But I think that song, I've always kind of thought that song was an object lesson of remembering that, okay, like Bunny Foo or Rabbit Foo or whatever, in his mind, he's not hurting the field mice, he's just bopping them on the head. Yeah, bopping them on the head, dunk, dunk, dunk. And down came the good fairy, and she said, and that's all I can remember. And in his head, in his mind, I used to think this way about bullies. I probably still talk this way about bullies. And they don't think they're harming the field mice, but on some level they are teaching the field mice that any passing rabbit, any passing thing that could possibly um, would hurt them. So um, that's as far as I've ever got with that thought. You were bigger, but pretty timid. Sorry. Yeah, and the rowdy inadvertently going too far. Yeah, for sure. So I've always been tall, and I've always for sure been, bigger than my girlfriends. And so that the rowdy and inadvertently going too far thing is like why I have a broken rib. Um yeah, I'm tired. I'm starting to lose. Yeah, heard that, Warland. I'm starting to lose thoughts before I can finish them, or I can remember how they connect together. So it is bedtime for me. I made it to 4. Okay. Actually, this is where I'm gonna take a bow. I'm gonna say thank you guys very much for hanging out with me. If you see me around, you choose to subscribe, you want to hang out in the future, thank you very much. This isn't the only kind of content that I have in the channel. And once I get my feet stable under me again, there will be more of that. So thank you guys. Uh, my life isn't the only thing I can teach from. Um, yeah, so we can talk. Um, thank you for being here. Uh, consider exploring the channel. Consider getting to know one another in the comments. And I'll see you around. Okay. Thank you. Be well.